Okay. Yes, sound is working. Everything is working. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Okay. Alright. I think we're set. I do believe so. Back to the leveling, back to the grind. Preparations to come. And I gotta check out and see if I actually am very much so. I believe so. Yes, I am. Ruh-roh. That's one way to start. Glad I'm not playing hardcore. That is a given. I'm glad I'm not playing hardcore right now. Alright. Starting out, going into the raids. Not raids, yeah. The raids! No, dungeons. Starting out with the dungeons. To get everything. Wow, they stuck me into this group. Well, the same. Well, I mean, it's alright, I guess, but wouldn't, want to go here. Especially since, I've out-leveled this fucking area. Already out-leveled this area, I feel. But, yeah, what do I know, right? Just gonna be doing a lot of dots, that's about it. It looks like the other warlock in the group is also an affliction warlock. Fair enough. I'd probably say they Tank can probably pull more people if he wants to. He's level 15 though. Healer might be a bit newish. Might be a bit newish. Well, basically just continuing off, explaining to the VOD watchers. I've already pretty much done a Cataclysm, Cataclysm run last stream. On Sunday, this time I decided that I was going to do on Friday, and probably going to be doing it again, maybe on Sunday. Don't know yet. It's possibilities. And the reason why I'm doing it is because, as stated into the description of the video and the title, I'm preparing for the Mist Classic because I'm going to be playing a lot of it, and yeah, that will be my that'll probably be my big shtick, big thing that I'm going to be doing, because Mist Pandaria is one of my favorite expansions. Oh yeah, I probably should. Well, if I had the mana for it. Well, I do have the mana for it. I wasn't even paying attention to my crystals, I'll be honest. Considering I barely get some of my crystals back as is. But it's good to see you again, Hick. Glad you caught the stream. Just stick this there. That way I can get it in my little keyboard, my small ass fingers. Ain't paying attention to my man. So used to not paying attention to it. Yeah, a little bit. My job takes me, takes up most of my time. So, yeah, life for me is alright, I guess. Work didn't kill me today, so I'm still kicking. Figured I had enough energy to do another stream. I'm trying to figure out a way to keep my energy up. But I have a big problem with sleep. Like, I'm an insomniac for the most part, and trying to force myself to sleep these days is just, well, it's rough. So when you only get like a few hours of sleep, you go to work for 9 to 10 hours a day, and sleep is the last thing on your head, and you're just a zombie. It just, well, it doesn't feel too great, I'll be honest. But I hope life is better for you, buddy. I really do. I hope it's better for everybody. I think I missed one. Been looting everything. Yeah, it's a problem. But I just go with the flow. It's gonna probably catch up to me at one point, but hopefully not too soon. Still need. Good chunks of damage. Granted, I'm a high level. Doesn't look like bad dog. Crit. Take the crit. It's sort of like a waste of time sitting in Rage Fire again. I mean, being level 21 and all. Everything's all grayed out for me at this point. But at the same time, I don't want to do specific dungeons because that doesn't give extra experience or anything. Well, not too sure. See, it's an artisan thing. And a hardcore character, too. And how that kind of works is that I can't access the auction house on that hunter. So I will assume that I'm not going to be able to use the mailbox either. I can't queue for dungeons or anything. And I don't think I can trade with people. At least I have not tested that out yet. So I'm not sure. I mean, I could try it, but I'm not sure if it'll work. But says it's, yeah. See how it used to work. I don't know if it still works like that, but last time I played Ascension, if you got Mystic Enchantments, it didn't matter what it was, it would go into a book and you can collect them. And you can use them on alts and other things too, because it's all bound to the realm. But I'm not sure if they changed that or not. I don't remember what season it is on right now, but the last time I played Ascension, like, as hard as I am right now, was back during, like, season 6. So it's been some time ago, and I don't know what's changed. I've done some of my pet. Here it comes. Here she comes. Probably gonna pull everything too. Right down the. Oh, she didn't pull everything. Just kind of half expecting that. Seems the tank probably, yeah, teleported out and teleported back in. Genius! Absolute genius. Guess I'm tanking this guy. Tanking's not so bad as a warlock. Who knew? I don't want to keep running this way. Actually, I don't have any of that. I know I'm a part of the Conquest of Azeroth Discord, but I'm not part of any of the other Discords. I didn't even know they had other Discords to begin with. I guess I can look into that. I just try to find them as I go. That's sort of how I've been working it. It's like all the random items in the open world. I just like finding them because it fills me with some sort of exploration accomplishment. Like, oh yeah, I found this item that everybody's probably found already, but little gratitudes and accomplishments. Even if it is kind of. I have a bad feeling if I try to pull this guy, he's gonna pull the rest of that.
I'm out of range.
Actually, maybe I can get around it. Yeah. Thank God for high level.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
There we go. Easy peasy. Pretty sure if I teleport out now, it's gonna take me out of the group. I won't be able to get back into the instance. Actually, probably. Wailing Cavern Shadowfang keeps the only dungeons I can get into right now. Sounds good to me. Instead of just running this place again, and again, and again, and again, and again. I'd be surprised if it was actually any PvP on this low level. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, it's for running. Hmm.
Greetings. Walk with the Earth Mother.
Alright, that's done. I don't have to come back into this damn dungeon again. Hope not too soon. Let's see. The Southland for the Hillsbrad quests. For the Hillsbrad quests. We'll just come over here for real and fly on down.
Speak quickly. Beware.
Actually, can I? Yes, I can. I did not know how much I needed. There we go. Noted for later. Noted for later.
I'm listening.
We need to go to, I think, the rear guard and ride on down. Right. A lot of flying, a lot of flying, a lot of slow flying. Then again, it's gonna feel even slower when I actually get my flying. The unfortunate side effect of it all. Alright, now we can just ride on down. Oh, Sepulchre was closer. Oh well. It's the ride, it's the journey that matters. As they all say. I guess. I think it's level 40 and get dual. I hope so. Dual spec. So I do like Affliction while I'm in a dungeon. Not while I'm leveling, I don't think. uh, 100 exact. So hopefully I can find somebody that can do the silver rod that I need. Definitely need it. I'm trying to find a blacksmith to do that. That's crazy. I like some of this gear from Cata. Not gonna lie. Didn't have the greatest, didn't have the greatest of greats, but did have some really nice mods. Transmog that I would definitely like to get. Oh, dual specs at level 30 for 10 gold. Noted. As I sit here with 4 gold. Noted. Yeah, I gotta change that. I gotta do something about that. That is definitely for sure. I'm hoping that I can do something about it. Oh, this is gonna be a headache. Especially starting with nothing. Ay. Well, maybe if I do quests instead of just spamming dungeons, that might actually yield me with actual funds, I guess. Alright, Hill Spread quests will begin.
What is it?
It's one of the
Beware,
funniest
our
quests that I
enemies
know.
bound. Victory for Sylvanas.
Yeah, it was 1,000 gold. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And they changed it again in retail where you can just switch willy-nilly and it didn't matter. Which, I'll be honest, I was surprised they decided not to do that. Well, not yet anyway, I guess. I mean, they updated to where the auction house on Classic right now is the same as retail. That's kind of why I'm surprised they just didn't use that one. Use the whole switch willy-nilly whenever you feel. Yeah, Yeah, there's some trouble with South Shore. Something about Oregon insurgents.
For the Horde.
I like hunting these guys down, finding out that they all suck. I think it's funny. Especially that more raid gear can't do it.
What business have you?
I remember all these stereotypes way back
Keep
in the
your
day.
wits about you.
Very, very nostalgic, to say the least. Casually breaks the fourth wall. I am going on to the fourth and complain about this shit. Ain't that right?
I am forsaken. Watch your back. Trust no one.
Alright. Talk over to this guy.
Better be good.
Got these quests. And that should be it. And I cannot forget my archaeology. Archaeology artifacts, mounts, and pets I really do like to get. Especially since I have not done a whole lot on the classic side of this stuff. Barely have anything. Well, versus my retail, where I got pretty much everything. Working hard to get it all over again. Try to phase the NPC group so they can help you in a fight the rest of the zone. I don't know. If I complete the zone, I don't know. I mean, wearing heirlooms, it don't really need to have much help, I guess. I don't know. I would. Too tired to understand, I guess.
I can't cast that yet.
Yeah, I got all those.
I need to get closer. That's still recharging.
Three more bears. And 20 more eggs. It's pretty crazy that they use bear. Well, yeah, they're pretty big, so I guess it makes sense. Pretty big spiders for pretty big bears.
I can't move that.
I got a green item off that guy. And it sounded like a shield, yeah. Shield. A shield.
Too far away.
Grab both of them.
Recharging.
They both need to go down. Alright. That quest is done. Now to head down here and complete this. And help that new Forsaken guy get out of his mess.
What is it? Trust no one. Farewell. Watch your back.
I'm listening.
Yes.
Our enemies abound.
Let's see. I remember what's the more expensive
Remember,
option.
disappear.
Need that. I guess I can down that one mod that kind of tells you the prices of things that you sell to the vendor. I should try my best not to do that. Kill them. Don't need them dead. Low 35 seems like I'm gonna be spamming a lot. In hopes that I can get at the shackle, because I do too much damage. I also got 2 pets to do that. Shovel would definitely killed him if I... Bam. Okay, get that one. And there's that one guy that I just sent down here. Caught it in a web. And pretty, yep. Let me capture this guy. Alright. Escort him to safety. Yeah, I don't really want to, but I guess I can for the experiments. Keep him away from the web demons. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. Hopefully they did not respawn as fast as I hoped they did. Cool, they didn't. No. You're gonna follow me, buddy. Don't go that way. I'll probably attack that guy. Yep. No problem, buddy. Oh, I am so happy to see that he helped you.
Victory for Sylvanus. Beware.
And then he's just gonna be like, I cannot believe that you did this. Have you ever heard the saying, survival of the fittest?
Trust no one.
I'm well aware.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Luckily, they're at a level that I'm not too afraid of.
Yet. That's still recharging.
Pretty simple, decent stuff. Sure to grab that quest.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still
Definitely gonna have to kill a bunch of these guys, at least with wolves. But they can't. They have the potential to drop. And the clams. Eat those.
that spell isn't ready yet.
Oh, you just got pretty fast respawn. Pretty quick respawn he's got there. Not ideal. You see a few fishing spots. See a few of them. I'll quickly grab it. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. It's a recipe, I think, that randomly drops. Maybe. I know I ain't doing engineering on this character, so very handy to know. I don't know if people can make them. Wow, what an ass. Come after me like that. Ruin my fishing. Ruined my fishing. He'll probably just spawn back in and fight me again. Maybe if I position myself a little bit away? Maybe. Just gotta keep an eye on it. Alright. Okay. Any supplies that up and down this coast right, I know. But I don't see them. Well, if I do, it's not very prevalent. Slurring the words from the exhaustion. Blah. How to deal with that? Alright, one more supplies in quotes. Looks like polite barrels. The supplies look empty. Well, fair enough. A lot of stuff. Trash. Trash. A lot of trash.
What now? Embrace the shadow.
And you are.
And you,
Farewell. Victory for Sylvanas.
now on to the next part. Go find that blood elf dude. At the old what's red box? It's rare if we're ever looking in the water. I know Cataclysm revamped a lot of stuff, including rares. I don't know if he's still there or not. Pretty sure it was a... I want to say it was a rare spider. I could be wrong about that. I know there was a rare spider in this area. Hillsbred. Because over on the other ridge, on the other side, was a rare cat. Ah, it's been some time ago. Yeesh. I would definitely assume if the rare was here, it would definitely be up, because I don't think there's too many people running through hills right now. don't think there was a Murloc. I think there was a Murloc Baron. I think it was on the other side. I know a bunch of stuff changed in the old world. So we're getting over there now. Bunch of NPCs been moved around, tossed about, up and down, random about. Getting new dungeons. Good. Good. Eventually have to run them. Alright. Just hoping not to pull them, but, well, what can you do? There is one other guy here. Was not expecting that. Yeah, well, let's investigate the situation. Well, I mean, there is trouble at the sludge fields, and yeah. What would you expect? There's a lot of blight everywhere. A bunch of feral undead. Well. Yeah, those guys are pretty mean. Especially the big one. And that guy right there. Yep. Seems like you got some big situations. You're running it pretty poorly. Crossbow of the twice sun. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, got that quest. Flesh Shaper over here needs this quest. For science, flesh samples. No, we'll work on getting the flesh samples. We'll work on that. Work on it all. The shovel has a quest. A quest. Pretty crazy that the guards themselves can just turn feral like that. What the heck? You know? Alright, time for this quest. The shovel quest. Save him. Yeah. Because it's faster, and I don't have to do too much work or effort to deal with any of it. Plus, I'm not an asshole. Alright. Easy peasy. Alright, time to get the Citizen Wilkes down. One flesh sample. And Clark. Need to get you. Poor horse. We'll have to handle that situation. Battle for Hillsbrad. Journal of what the hell happened during the quest line. Etc. etc.
I don't have a target.
Oh, I thought it did.
Still recharging.
Guess I clicked off of it.
That spell isn't ready yet. Target.
3 out of 6. Need to keep an eye on the wall. So I need to save that. I don't want to accidentally sell it.
Can't cast that yet.
4 out of 6. 2 more. It's a bit easy when they're all low level. I'm almost able to go to freaking Wrathy at this point. Maybe I should take off that Joy's Journeys buff. I want to go slower. Now, the heirlooms make it even faster anyway. Doesn't do much. It'll all be quick anyway.
Hello. Goodbye.
Alright,
What is it?
back over here. Find Johnny Austin. I fear for the West. I fear for him, he said. He doesn't fear for him. At all. At all. I don't even think I need to finish the whole zone because after a certain point, he's just not gonna give me any experience. 'Cause I'm just a level too fast.
Trust me. That's still recharging. Isn't ready yet.
There's the key. Hunting down a key.
Speak quickly.
Take the shield.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
To avenge a horse. Made out of stars. That's kind of silly. A horse made of stars just dies. Crazy. The lights flickered out. First things first, take care of this guy. Easy peasy. Next guy, though, he's an elite, which won't be too much of a hassle. In my pet can keep aggro. There we go. Relatively easy.
We will persevere.
Take
Hold your head
those.
high.
That's a new pair of pants. Yeah, I'll take both those. Siphon Life. Corruption has 50% chance to heal me. Hell yeah. I'm gonna have that dot on everything. Alright. Next up. This guy has gotta go. A product of your own meddling. Yeah.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Pretty easy. Even though it's an elite, it doesn't feel like an elite. Now to bring Stillwater to justice.
That better be.
Yeah, with pleasure. Especially for a new ring. Fill up my ring slot. Hell yeah, I'll do it. No problem. Easy peasy. Lyndon, alive? Now I know where your allegiance lies, fellow stranger. And you, Jenny, I thought we had a connection. You've broken my heart for the last time. Jenny, it's Johnny. I like how he can't even tell the difference between the male and female. That's funny. Yes. Yes, you are. You are a threat. And you are deranged.
What will you require?
Well, about that. I'm just gonna rain of fire everything. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that was coming too. They're just taking it. They're just taking the blight. I ain't gonna fucking sit in that.
What now?
There we go. Head given. New ring. I'll take it.
Remember,
And now moving on. Moving along. Level 25 already? Already 5 levels and it's been an hour. 5 levels an hour is not so bad, I guess. It'd probably be faster if I was a healer or a tank instead of a DPS. Big Yeti. I forgot about that Yeti. I forgot a lot of stuff. I have not done Ghost Spread in a while, at least in Cataclysm. I've always ran this on Classic, so everything is like, oh yeah, that's what it used to look like on. Oh yeah. Yeah, I still am gonna do the Sunday stream. I'm probably gonna do my Artisan, unless something else comes along, I guess. I'm not really too sure yet. Unless the server is going to do that same thing it did last time, where it was just going to constantly hotfix and restart, then I won't be able to do my Artisan if that's the case.
watch your back.
What do you require?
But, it will probably be in my Artisan. I know I really want to do more Cataclysm streams because Mist is right around the corner. July. And it's almost, what, a month and a couple days away. And I do want to be prepared for that. Because Mist Pandaria is my favorite expansion. And I definitely do want to replay it. The blight slimes are acting negatively. Yikes. I'm sure they are. Angry Blight Slime. I'll definitely make it even more angry. The Blight Slimes are getting angry. I mean, I can keep making them angry. They asked for a lot of Blight Slime, holy moly. The Blight Slimes want your blood. Yikes. Do they though? If they want it, they're gonna have to try and fight for it. They're gonna have to fight for it. It's like using a vacuum. Just Hoover suck. Hoover suck it up. And there's the lad who is drowning.
Lotar.
Dude, the shame would be too great, dude. Just stand. You're in shallow water. Yeah, foul human mage must have cursed your mind for sure, buddy. Sure, we'll go with that sword. Why not, right?
Samsung.
It takes a long time for that dragon to come down here. Jesus.
What do you need?
Jeez.
Blood
And
thunder.
down.
What do you need? Go forth to victory.
Yep.
Dabu.
No problem, buddy. Tell me what happened. Making use of the facilities, true. Yes, the Ulteric Valley commanders. Look how the dwarf could friggin' spell it, but everybody else chooses to ignore it. Oh, no, she knows, is it? You face Kingslayer Orcus now. For having a dragon pet, they can't really 2v2 very well. They don't really fight too well, do they?
Samsung. Go with honor.
Yeah, no problem. We'll heal. We'll heal the. We'll heal the dragon up, even though she's undead and probably needs magic. Probably needs magic. Let's see. I know there is a rare Naga that can spawn in, but doesn't look like I can see her. It's a siren, I think. Big old lady. dispatch this one, get the quest. Maybe. Maybe not. These guys aren't dropping quests. They are not dropping quests. Shame. Shame. Shame.
That spell isn't yet. I can't carry anymore.
Oh, that one drops silk. No, I need wool, not silk.
That's still recharging.
There it is. It took them a while. Sheesh. Took them a while to get me the quest.
I can't carry anymore.
Let's see. I do need to do this. As much as I like to have the money, I do kind of need these. Enchanting dusts and stuff. Quite a few dusts, quite a few shards too. Not so bad. Not too bad. Alright, now I got more stuff, more garbage, more garbage, not garbage.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. Get closer.
Level 26. Just moseying along, that's for sure. Curse of Tongues game. Got to put that on. I need to put that on. I'm just forgetting my buffs. Just casually forgetting buffs.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Probably also look into the glyphs at some point. I don't need the money though for other things.
That's still recharging.
How many more do I need? 2 more, 3 more, I mean. 3 more knolls. Okay. 2 more knolls. There's 2 right there.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Voracious, a black bear.
I need to target first.
A voracious black bear. Terrible little creatures. Indeed they are. Terrible, terrible little creatures. Alright. Moving along. Moving along. Alright, now I got the rest of these little blight slimes. I have to get rid of one of these angry blight slimes. It's just tag, I'm guessing. Just normal. I know there's a quest that they have to give me, but they refuse to give me. Ah. Else I need to be closer. Unless I need to be closer, which I think is redundant. Got a few right here. I think there's an even bigger one inside the town hall. Oh yeah, I remember that achievement. I need to refresh my mind, but I've done that achievement before. I used to be on a Mist of Pandaria private server called Mistblade, and I did pretty much everything on that server. Try to get all the achievements, all the reputation, all the raids that I could get, and everything else, including that achievement. So I need to refresh my mind to do the that achievement. Then I need my archaeology up because there's a lot of Mist of Pandaria artifacts that are really good in archaeology, especially some really nice weapons and stuff. Fortune, yeah, I think I remember that. Of course, on Mistblade, I only used one tune. I didn't use multiple because I only need one. But good to know.
For the Horde, Dabu. Go forth to victory. Go with honor.
Alright, time to go mess with the Alterac dudes. Alterac Valley dudes. Ghosts of the past in the purgation island.
Lotar, strength for the Horde.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's clear up this area. Easy peasy.
That spell isn't ready yet. That spell charging. I can't cast it yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Hey, it doesn't look like they have any loot to pick up, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Boom, biddy, boom, boom. Just casual. Just a casual annihilation. Alright, need one more Worgen. One of them will do. Knowing that both of them will arrive, obviously. Alright. Turn that quest in. Should respawn. Yeah, there he is.
Blood and thunder.
Yeah.
Go forth to victory.
Computers of the Horde. Da. Yes, I have to use Jinx. Not bad talent. Not a bad talent. You just gotta use curses, which I don't really use often. Okay. Battle plans. I was gonna say I could try to fight them. They don't look too tough.
Sung. Strength and honor.
Nah, man. I think we both take it.
Loktar.
Maybe it'll be a while. Bro didn't even need to fight him. Didn't even fight. I love how this is a buggy mess still. Didn't even have to fight him. He shouldn't be dying. He should be just fine. But the script, we have to play it to the script. Kind of ruins the whole theme of this quest. Sucks that I can't use my retail mounts, because I do have that mount on retail. Bad thing is, no they don't. They will not sing of Orcus. Because he's never mentioned after this quest line. Which is actually kind of sad.
Strength and honor. Dabu.
Probably move on from this zone, honestly. Not gonna get much experience after a while.
Victory. Strength.
Strength and honor.
For the Horde.
Let's sell all this trash. Selling all this trash.
Brawl Hall.
All the trash. All of it. All of the trash. I almost got 7 gold.
Be safe.
Still need to do, still need to do South Shore quests. Hey, get rid of these hunters.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't can't cast that yet.
Don't like these leaping breaks, bro. Very annoying.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
Oh yeah. Gotta remember that. If I also recall getting the Lore Walker rep is just finding the scroll stories and stuff around Pandaria. Pretty sure. Empowerment. Be it be. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, I thought so. Good heavens, those were a lot
Of range.
of organ. I was not there to stop it.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Great googly moogly.
Cast that yet. That's still recharging. I need to target something.
Yes, yes, give me more wool. More wool cloth, please.
Spell isn't ready yet.
Waiter, I require more wool cloth. So I can get my tail. Smiley face. Just a few more. Hopefully not dead yet. See, I got that one, I got that one up there, that one there. Is there any of them that I missed over this way? I ponder. Oh, I can use some others. Noted for later. If I have to do this again. If I have to do this again. The zone anyway again. Right now, yeah, I get the light canisters that I completely overlooked multiple times. Oh, yeah, yeah. Good heavens. Oh my word. There we go. Third being, I need one more. It can't be that hard to find, I'm sure. Alright. I'm gonna turn in a bunch of these quests. My one tune guy or an alcoholic. Well,
Speak quickly.
see,
Farewell. Trust no one.
well, if I had to do content, just straight content, pure unadulterated content, I am a one tune guy. If I'm doing D&D roleplay scenarios for World of Warcraft, because we do that a lot in the role-playing realms. It's just it's pretty much D&D, but World of Warcraft, I do have a ton, and I do mean a ton of alts that I use for roleplay stories and stuff, but not really to do content.
Victory for Sylvanas.
So I'm a bit of both, but depends on context.
Beware the living.
It definitely depends on the context. Though, when Miss Classic does come out, I am going to make a Pandaren. And I guess that could be an alt. I guess it could be. Just see where it goes and stuff. Because, I mean, if I play retail right now, you'll see a bunch of Pandaren. I like the Pandaren race quite a bit. They got really strong raid / PvP buffs for food. I mean, 2 times your bonuses. That's pretty crazy if you get the right food combo. And then they have reduced fall damage. Combine that with a rogue character, you take little to no fall damage, depending on your height. And you get a free stun lock with the Quaking Palm. Granted, it only incapacitates for like 2 seconds. I get it. I've been there. Been there, done that, I think. Definitely. I think right now I'm to the point with my retail account where I have to delete a character to make another character. And even then I'm like, which one would I delete though? I don't like deleting too many characters. I mean, if I could afford to have more than one account, I wouldn't mind it, but I can't afford to have more than one account. That's why I do freaking private servers all the time. Sometimes I can't afford it. And the moments I do afford it, I just kind of like make it work. Just gotta make it work for myself. Hello. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing great there. Menard, is it Menardro? Menardro? I'll just say Martins. Okay. Just lead me down one path right here. Little by little. Nope, I overshot it. Overshot it. There it is. Alright, what is it gonna tell me to make for the dwarf? Underwhelming. Very underwhelming. Of course, I put all of them down there in the alliance areas that I can't get into. Definitely not mad about that. Maybe a little. Maybe a little mad about it. Oh yeah? Big update. What kind of update, buddy? What's the scoop? New class combos? What are you talking about? Never heard of such new class combos. Unless it's, like the Mystic Enchants with talents and stuff, unless that's something different. Cheeky's footballer.
Speak quickly. Beware.
What would you ask of death? Beware.
Human druid, shamans, and gnome priest. That is some new class combos that I'm actually interested in. Especially the human druid one. I might have to check that out. Because on Dusthaven I did a human shaman, which is also pretty cool too. Human druid though, that's the sweet spot for me. Undead shaman and human druids are like one of my favorite kind of fantasies in this game. Give me no restraint. That's what I would be doing. Oh, tank's dead. Not great. Tank's dead, boss pulled. Not great. Not great. The boss is fast too. Holy crap. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. How far are they gonna make me run? Half the zone? No, okay, cool. I don't have to run half the zone. So I gotta swear, if it puts me in the East Logging Camp, freaking graveyard, I'm gonna go crazy. I really missed this perk. Freaking, what's the perk? Okay. Quick and Dead. I missed this one. Torn Rogue's a really good one too. I have a roleplay character on Retail WoW that's a Tauren pirate. Alright, I hope we don't do that again. Would not be ideal, to say the least. Not ideal, to say the least. Alright, so that guy is the healer. Roger. I might as well help him out because I can see this becoming the best pretty damn quick. Pretty damn quick. Just because you got heirlooms tank buddy, it does not mean we're invincible. Unfortunately, we're not. Yeah, really does. Especially spell casting and healing. Spirit just comes clutch. Alright, now it's to fight the boss. Get a little too premature there. Oh yeah, he does that vanish thing. Vanishes yet again. Yeah, the Warlock just decided that he wasn't going to participate in the fight. Crazy how that works. Having to pick up the slack for another guy. Crazy. Voltairean Admiral set. That's the Voltairean Heritage set, ain't it? I never leveled a Voltairean up to max level yet on retail. I need to. Fighting fire with fire. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Girl's nobility. Pretty much same belt, just that one's got more intellect. The red, black, and gold, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I used that set actually on one of my characters. On one of my roleplay characters. It was not my Tauren, it's another one. Because I thought it looked cool. I might know what you're talking about. I didn't know what it was called. I just always called it the BFA Dungeon set. I didn't know if it had a name or not. If that's the one I'm thinking about, anyway.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast it.
It is that set I'm thinking about. It's the mythic version of the BFA dungeon set. Well, do they? I know they have a lot of transmog sets on the store that I just haven't browsed yet because I focus on the other convenience things instead of the transmogs. Hogger's getting mad. And he's doing. You know what? Yeah. If they want to go more rounds, I'll go more rounds. No big deal. That's more experience in my pocket. More experience in the bag. Quite literally, in the bag. Trying to post stockade run. Whoopee. Woohoo. Definitely want to do this one over and over and over again. I really don't. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Primarily put corruption on, I think, and all these people. All of them required. Easy. Just dots. That's all Affliction is. There's no extra play to this. Just dots. Lots and lots of dots. And staring at the bar to make sure that the dots stay on. The Affliction style. Didn't take a lot of threat there. It's not ideal to take all that threat. Not ideal at all. I'm not gonna forget to leave these guys this time. Kind of want to get their cloth. I'm hoping they drop more wool. Not linen. I don't need linen cloth. Not anymore. Take any greens that drop though. I mean, I can win it. I'm not gonna need on all the greens. That's rude. That would be rude. overheat for a second time. Kind of funny using soul fire to fight. Just use fire magic against it. Very adorable of me. Very adorable of me. And that should get me up to the next level. 29. 29 cometh. One thing about Cataclysm that I do enjoy is the fact that they don't got the rank system anymore for spells. Kind of saves me money. Yeah, trying to get all the ranks. A lot of greens this time around. Glad. Glad that it is. Yeah, it does. That it does. But I mean, as a warlock, I probably shouldn't complain about the wasted mana, all things considered. Life tap. Life tap does come pretty clutch. It probably pisses the healer off, knowing that I'm just gonna waste a bunch of HP. What is this dude doing? What is blood doing? Pulling more stuff? Wow, they don't need to. I mean, they want to go again. I got denied the experience. Well, you know what? Nah. I'm close to 30, level 30. Just see where else I can go. I don't want to keep running stock gates. If they're gonna make me go to stock gates, I'm not gonna do it again. Yeah, trying to left. Yeah, to a new dungeon. Well, I mean, they give you the option between the Stockades, Numbergon, and Scarlet Monastery Graveyard. But going specific just pulls me out from any of this, which kind of necessary. But if I get to 30, I'll pull it out. Yeah, 30 should pull me out of the Stockade pool. Hinterlands. I don't know if I want to go to the Hinterlands. Strength on Veil, though. Let's see, what about over here? Outdoor. Southern Barrens. Probably getting a Southern Barrens. There is supposed to be a board or something.
I haven't got all day.
I get up for city. Should be a little command board that tells me I go to different places. At least to start the quest there. Not very many, so we got Hinterlands up here, got Southern Strength, just probably Southern, yeah, Southern Stranglethorn. 1,000 Needles, that's right, there is 1,000 Needles, but I think 1,000 Needles is 40, right? Yeah, 40, 45. 10 levels, I can probably get it. So, it's either Southern Barrens, Deathless. I know they revamped Deathless. They made. I'll be honest. I like Cataclysm's Deathless more than I do the classic Deathless. And that's sort of a play on the wording too, because it is pretty desolate and classic. Hardly any. Well, the quests there are all gated by reputation with one of the centaurs, and even then, they don't really give you too many quests. If they had a quartermaster, that'd be nice. Who did that one? Was it Epoch WoW? There's a private server. I think it's Epoch WoW. They gave those Centaur guys and Deathless a quartermaster for each one, so it's actually worth farming the reputation. I think if you get the Gellicrick ones, you get a spell, power, purple quality staff. And I think the other one gives, I think, a melee item for warriors and stuff like that. They actually gave it, like, actual substance to do it. Oh, yeah, yeah. Southern Barrens, Southern Stranglethorn. Probably be my best options. I hate that all the dig sites are in Ashenvale. It doesn't look like there's any really useful no, not really. Maybe when I'm max level, I'll work on those. I don't think I need them right now. Just extending dot durations. Let's see, what does this command board want me to do? Hinterlands Cable Strength. So I'm gonna guess if I go over to Orgrimmar, alternatively, it'll probably give me ones further there. Still not enough wool cloth. I need a lot of wool. They demand a lot of wool out of me. Yeah, Stone Town. I looked at it. It said 25 to 30. So, I could do it to get the final stretch, but if I go to the board, it's probably just gonna tell me to go right past Stone Town and go either into Deathless or Southern Barrens. Which I don't mind Southern Barrens. I like Southern Barrens quests. A lot of kill quests though, which not so bad for an Affliction Warlock that just puts dots and forgets that the mobs are even there. Though I will honestly say I like the Stone Talent quest line. I really enjoy that one. It was like the last bit of where I had respect for Garrosh before Mist of Pandaria came out. Where he's like, why would you, like, commit war crimes? And just kills the guy who did it. And I'm like, dude, that's so based. And then Mist of Pandaria come out and he commits so many more war crimes instead. And it's like, dude, you just went back on your philosophy. Ugh. Crazy. Crazy how they ruined that guy. It's like every bit of lessons that Garrosh learned from Draenor going into here to Northrend and back from Northrend was just completely lost. Yeah, you rank up in a fake army. Yeah. I mean, it's not a fake army, it's a real army. It's just that the commander was a war criminal and Garrosh said, screw you, and your whole battalion means nothing to me. So I guess in an essence it is a fake army, but the ranks were fake. But the army's real.
Yes.
Alright.
What do you need?
Level 40. Level 40.
Cha-ching! Hey, that's it! I got mouth to feed, pal!
I love goblins. They're funny little critters. Funny little critters. Also, I did not fall in between the cracks. Alright. To the command board. The War Chief's command board. Yeah, Southern Barrens are deathless. Which I would rather run through Southern Barrens. I'd rather run through Southern Barrens. Even then, I'm still gonna out-level the zone by like quarter way in because of all the experience increases that I have. I mean, let's see, we got what? 10, 20, 30, 35. That's 35 plus 50. So you got 85% increased experience. And then when Mr. Pandaria come out, the pants are going to be theirs. That's another 10%. But I think the Joyous Journeys would go away by this Classic's launch. I don't have the ring. I need to get that ring, but I have not found the time to do the fishing event just to get that ring. I should, but I'm just lazy. Even then, that's like 5% experience anyway, so it's not a whole lot to really work with to begin with. I do not have any flight path. Not great. Well, guess we just have to go to Razor Hill and then make a run. run to Crossroads and head south. Oh, not even Crossroads, yeah. Crossroads and then head towards Stone Tower. There should be a pathway, back way to go up and around there. Get around that big old crack in the earth. Joyful journeys. Joyful journeys. Alright. Yeah. Well, is it Sunday? Yeah, it is the String of Thorn one. What time is that though? That's the thing. 2 p.m. I could do that. If I can get up early enough, I can do that. I tend to sleep in on Sundays. And then start it when I wake up. So if I can wake up early enough, and then do it then, I can do a stream while doing the fishing event. And then, if I want to, I could continue leveling on Sunday. And maybe switch over to Artisan, if I have time to do that. Maybe. Maybe I can do it like that. I doubt anybody's doing these fishing tournaments anyway. I mean, well, maybe there might be. There might be. I just don't know it yet. I'm not a native of Man Creek, so I don't know how this Man Creek community works. I know how Bloodsail Buccaneers work, and there's not a whole lot of people in there, so I don't know. If I have to, I'll do it over there. There's only like 1,000 people on the Alliance and Horde, respectively, on Bloodsail. Whereas over here, there's only like maybe less than 100 Alliance and like 7,000 Horde average players. Pretty steep in balance, if I say so myself. If I say so myself. I can't wait to see what the next classic WoW server they're gonna come out with. I've seen a couple streamers do a video about how they got a survey about it, about a new classic server, what they want. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a shaman high enough level for water walking. Unfortunately. I mean, I can also, if I have to, I will. I can go over to Bloodsail. I got a level 85 that has flying. Not very fast flying, but should be pretty easy since I think all the pools are right next to one another. So I'll have to experiment. I'll probably do it on my main on Bloodsail just to be safe. Because I don't think that glyph for warlocks exists yet. Doesn't look like it. I know there's a glyph. There used to be a. I think it's in. I think it is in Mist. It's like glyph of nightmare. Yeah, it's not yet. But nightmare lets you use your fell steed to walk on water as a warlock. I will be definitely getting that one for this guy if I can afford it. if I could definitely afford that glyph, I will. Especially since I won't have flying in Mist. I need a. I think it's like what 5,000 gold in Mist of Pandaria to fly in that zone. In all the zones, something like that. So traversing water through Glyph of Nightmare to walk on water definitely will come in handy. For sure. I gotta remember where that little passway is. I think it's somewhere. I mean, it's a very obvious outpost, I'm sure. Oh, that's the graveyard, right? No. That's an alliance quest right there. Where is it? Where is the entrance to said? I see it. Yeah, it's down there. Down, up, and around. That one right there. Very subtle, but slightly noticeable. Now we just walk up here. There she is.
Heya. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
I rode Scout Sling. Oh, is it 2,500 gold? I thought it was higher than that. What am I thinking of?
Never so.
Is it the tome I'm thinking about? Not the training, but the tome that you can pass off to your ults. Is that what I'm thinking about? I wonder. Wonder if that's what I'm thinking about. Oh, fastest flying. Isn't the price... Wait. Yeah. I gotta remember. It's like... Not journeyman, I think expert riding's, what, 200? 225? I know the Flight Master's license is 225. Artisan, I think, is 5,000. Or is it down to 1,000 now? And Master Riding is 5,000. Or 10,000. I forget. I forget. I've got so many gold numbers in my head. try to blend which expansions costed what, because I know every expansion they reduce the prices down to just to make it easier on people. I like how I don't have to, like, kill 3 of them to get 3 shards back. It's just instant 3. He gets to this quest guy. I gotta step away for a second to. Gotta take a minute. I've been drinking so much. Alright. Got that sorted. Drinking too much. Just drinking too much.
What brings you here? Go in peace. Loktar, may your blades never dull. Go forth to victory. Be safe.
A lot of
For
kill
the
quests.
Horde.
I'm not opposed to all these kill quests. Never opposed. Alright.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Confiscated arms. Tower wardens.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Alchemy recipe. Don't need, but glad to have, I guess. I think anybody's gonna buy it. I'd be surprised if they do. If I throw it in the auction house, I would be surprised if someone buys it. Alright. That's not good. Missing a spell. Missing a spell is not ideal.
Not yet.
Raw. Strength. Speak, friend.
Only at 3,
What
right?
do you
Yeah, only 3. Yeah, get more. Gotta find more. What crates? Need to find 2 more. Here's one. One of them. And did I ever look? Yeah, I did. I did overlook it. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
Loktar.
Alright, there's that.
Brawl Hall.
Take that. Go wild, guys.
Speak, friend. May your blades never
Alright,
dull.
need to find the captain now. Oh wait, he's the guy at the top of the tower. I think. Wait. I think he is. He's the guy at the top of this tower. Da, 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 da. Trying to figure out what I can sell in the auction house and what I shouldn't sell in the auction house.
Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
That's funny. Knocking me down like that. What are you insane? Both your eyes.
For the Horde. Go forth to victory.
Hey, you do that, buddy. You can do whatever you want now that you got your eyes back. Alright. Now we gotta go back up here. But I don't remember that road. Instead of having to try to figure out a long way back. The long way around.
Magraw. May your blades never dull.
Level 30.
Say,
Get. Level 30 get.
strength.
Didn't matter what the reward was. I'm gonna have some disenchanting it anyway. Subjugate demon. Crazy how they call it that. I remember a time when it was called enslaved demon. But that's too much, I guess. It's demons for crying out loud. Alright, where's it need to go? Down this way. Yeah. Oh, that's cool, Blizzard. That definitely, it just works. I did not know Todd Howard was hired to overlook that. The bugs, they just work. For sure. They just do. Flight path. Where's that flight path? That's, there it is. Been such a long time since I've done this.
Well met. Goodbye.
It shows.
Go.
It definitely shows that it's been a while.
Goodbye. Be
Cannot
careful.
hide it any
Go
longer.
in peace.
Peace, friend.
I'm tempted to see how much that actually is. I can always vendor it. It's little to nothing.
Ancestors watch.
I don't want to forget about this quest over here.
Thrallhall. Go forth to victory.
Okay. The officer, I think, controls down here. The 30. It still puts me in the stockade. Gross. I don't know out of these two, the stockade's gonna be the take. Guess I'm questing a little bit more, which I'm not opposed to. All things considered. I just don't want to look at it anymore. That 50-50 is rigged in favor of the stockades. Oh, good heavens. 5 gold, 50 gold, 250 gold. I knew the flying on this thing. Cataclysm flying is 250, yeah. Northern's 500? Yeah. Man. I knew it was pricey to get all the riding. I did not think it was that pricey. I mean, if I get some high-end enchantment dust and stuff like that, maybe transmog I could sell. Golly. I might be able to make that gold one way or another. Try to make that gold anyway. I'm not popular enough yet to have people in the server give me gold. I don't have that privilege. Oh, why are people so dumb to do that? I'll never know. Other than flexing, I guess, on their friends, like, yeah, I just totally gave this streamer all my gold. Oh, people are dumb. Oh, people are dumb.
That's still recharging. That stallion isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
Yeah, name the lights for 15 seconds. Yeah. Maybe longer if the streamer's not paying attention, I guess. And they just leave the window up. That's so dumb. I would... I don't know. I think that's dumb. I mean, if you're doing it to be nice, sure. But... if you're just doing it for clout... I mean, I used to do that all the time when I was leveling. I used to be that high-level individual that would go into low-level areas and just hand people, like, 2, 3 gold for their training and be able to vendor stuff, get some vendor items for their profession and stuff. I used to be that kind of nice guy, but I would never give a fucking streamer, like, 30,000 gold so that he can say my name and just be a 5-second blip on a stream. I think that's so stupid. It's one of those, look, blah, 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 look, it's me, as they point at the TV screen. And it's only like half the face. Oh, that's what it feels like to me, anyway. Bags is pretty good, too. I never did... Well, back in the day, I was a druid. And I did leather working, skinning. So I didn't really have to make... I didn't make bags. I couldn't make bags. So gold was, like, the best other option I could do. I could have given people armor kits, but... I mean... Oh, wow. Light leather armor kits. Those are definitely useful. Well, they are kind of useful for a low level. If you're melee. Not so much if you're mage or something like that and you have to... Doesn't really mean much, but... I don't think I ever met a guy who gave me... Well, actually, no. One guy. One guy gave me free bags. Long time ago. Oh, sorry for the leather ball. I've had people hit me with leather balls. I do, yeah, I remember my bags getting flooded with them because some guy threw like 20 of them at me. I was like, holy crap. And this was before they stacked too, so all of my available bag space is just taken up by leather balls. Oh, that was fun. That was a good time. Relaying back to old memories. I shouldn't be having these types of feelings at 27 years of age. At least I know what my outlook at 50 is gonna look like. If this is even around during that time of my age. Oh, jeez. Well, probably sure probably will be. So there's that.
Isn't ready yet.
God, you know, that's one thing on my mind sometimes. It's like, how far is Blizzard gonna milk this game into extinction? How old will I be by the time it finally blips out? Oh yeah, the oh, what is it? I don't have the recipe. It's not the oil. It's not the black mouth. It's the snap fin. No. Ah, crap. I used to know it, because I used to have tons of it in my bags before the noggin flogger. Well, and the noggin flogger. I like the pirate stuff and ninja stuff. What was it? It wasn't the oily blackmouth, it was the oily snap fin? Something like Deviant fish. See, I couldn't think of that. Why couldn't I think of that? Ah! Thank you, because that was going to bother me. That was going to be bothering me for like the next 10 minutes. The anniversary event on retail had that too, and I couldn't think of it. Golly, I am so out of the loop. Either that or the exhaustion's hitting my head and not making me think of anything. Good gracious. Goodness. Ah. It's eradication. Should go over and get my fellow hunter.
How may I aid you?
Oh, the weather on the East Coast? Oh, buddy.
May the eternal
I'm
sun
surprised my
shine
power is still on. When I got off of work, it was such a downpour. Like, there was like a half an inch of water outside. And I parked in my lot. See, I live in Appalachia, so all the roads here are pretty shit. Like, potholes and garbage. Like, it's really bad. And out there, my lawn was like completely flooded with like an inch of water. And the roads was about the same. I was like, I swear to God, if I do this stream and my power goes out, I'm going to go crazy. Because that's happened multiple times as I've streamed on this channel. Where I get so comfortable and then suddenly one big thunder happens and my power zips out. But right now, it looks like it's not doing anything. But I know the storms are pretty rough. My hometown got flooded like 3 weeks ago. And I'm glad I moved out because that was a mess from what I saw. I felt bad for him though. But man, glad I got out of there. I think it actually made the news. I don't know. I know it was the local news. Oh, it never rains in California. At least that's what my friends tell me. I got one friend that lives over outskirts of Los Angeles. And he says it's always hot, never rains. Always wants to leave.
Dabu, strength, go forth to victory.
But I'll be honest, you know, California. I personally, as somebody like me who's rural, I don't really like city stuff. I don't like going to the cities. Unless it's a small one, so I don't know how I would survive out in California.
The winds guide you.
Probably pretty rough. Probably pretty bad. Needless to say, I would probably be complaining about how hot it is. I'm already doing it now. Out there, it's like 82 to 90 degrees. Right now, and it's like, I really don't like it. See, that's the thing too. Dry. You're lucky you get dry, because dry you don't sweat as bad. Sure, you probably burn a little bit. Sure, it's like really hot surfaces, but you're not dying. Plus, you're probably used to it by now. Up here, up in these mountains, any heat above like 80 degrees, 90 degrees is all humid heat. So it just draws the water out of your body constantly. And you're just trying not to pass out. And plus, after a while, you can feel the water and the moisture come out of the ground. And it just rubs against your legs, and you're like, is that my body losing water, or is it just the ground losing the water at that point? It's pretty rough. I've had people at my job just pass out. Like, I think last summer, there was a guy who was loading a truck, Halfway through loading that truck, he just drops flat, face plants to the ground. They had to drag him out and give him ice and everything else. Probably, I don't think we had to. Well, no, I think we did have to call an ambulance for him, if I remember. He's just so dehydrated, he just blacked out. Needless to say, it was like, okay, we gotta do something about that. Because jobs won't do anything unless something actually happens. Very last second. No time to prepare for anything. Find that Henry guy. Where is that guy at? Is he actually inside? Oh boy. Well, that's weird. Then they gotta summon the guards. The actual guards of the town. I don't want to fight them. I don't want to fight them. There he is. Just wondering where that surveyor was. Easy. Of course, they're not even leads either, so. Cataclysm made this too easy. Of course, the expansions after that too didn't make it any harder. Unless it was current content. I could see why they did it. Just to speed things along. Till the level squish happened. In which case you didn't really have to worry about it. Didn't really have to worry about it then. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Alright, got that guy. Not a bad belt. For the crit. All it is extra stamina and like 4 extra armor. Oh well. I'll take it anyway. Yeah, I don't need it. Get that out of my face.
Looking for something special.
Looking for something special. Really? Dual hunters. Not even the same guild, but the friends. I should really bully some of my friends. Probably my co-host in doing this. Be nice to have more than just me. I mean, I'm not complaining too hard. I got heirlooms. I don't need to worry about having extra firepower. But, yeah, well. Friends are friends. Okay, the overgrowth.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Ugh, I've been expecting. Actually,
May the eternal sun shine.
they do have the WoW store for Classic. But it's not a lot. It's not like retail where you have like a half a dozen things. Like, see, here's the toys, and it's just from the two TCG things there. The the whalebone glider, which was to get I think it's the epic or heroic Wrath of the Lich King. And then you have the Burning Crusades heroic pack mount, and they're some of them are discounted, I guess, in some opinion. All the services are still here. There is no character boost. At least, I don't think there is yet. There might be when Mist comes out. I know if you do Season Discovery, kill the first boss, you'll get a free level 85 boost. And if you do the Epic pre-order for Mist, you get the boost. Of course, they have this mount too for the Mist of Pandaria that's coming out. And the WoW token. That's pretty standard. Though I think if you go to WoW Classic Anniversary, the normal WoW Classic, I don't think they have the token or anything in it. At least not to my knowledge, anyway. I don't think Season of Discovery has it either. I think it's just Cataclysm Classic and retail that has this stuff. I think the other classics don't have any of this stuff. Mostly because a lot of people bitched about it. So, might as well not piss off the group more than they've already got. Might as well roll with the punches. Alright. Let's see.
Well met.
Toronto refugees. Simple enough. We need them dead. We'll board that.
That spell isn't ready yet.
We'll bore. Vines.
I need to get closer.
Hyenas.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't use that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Wow, two more. The same recipe. Yikes. Not looking good for a rare item. For a rare recipe, it's pretty common.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Let's see.
That's still
Oh. Thought that would happen. I think it's not too rough. My frames dying on my stream again. That's not good. There might be some buffering on the video. Hopefully not too bad. As you wish. Really? That's...
It's still recharging.
I mean... I never noticed. Yeah. I mean, I have the same items that are across my normal Ascension, Bronzebeard, and Koa. So I figured that was just the norm. At least it let me have it anyway. Not the Vanity Sinking Port woman. Then again, they have a 1-to-1. So if you donate, you'll get, like, if you have 100 points donated towards normal. Yeah. You can only do it from live. Yeah. I was gonna say. Like, they have the 1-to-1 donation ratio, so 100 donation points is 100 test donation points, I guess, or PTR donation points. And I usually buy from the store a lot, so I donate quite a bit. Just to get a full, just the heirlooms, I guess. And the experience pots and the auras and stuff. Just convenient items. Didn't really go for much unless it was like some sort of special bundle that comes out that is enticing enough. Like the Burning Crusade one, I got it because that was the last time I played it, and I thought I would be playing it a lot more. But then I can't remember what it was, which expansion it was at the time that came out, and I thought I should probably start playing retail. Plus, all my friends were playing retail, so obviously I gotta play with my friends. I mean, I gotta ditch a whole friend group because of a private server, in my honest opinion. I know I'm cheap, but my friends. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they do go on for a long time, I will admit that. I mean, Koa's been in development since 2014. I think it's 14 or 16. It's been in development for a long time. I remember playing Koa for the first time. And it was before Ascension even took them. This was when it was just run by one guy. He ran it through a JavaScript. And there was a lot less going on. I mean, he had the classes down. But he had them as archetypes. So you go for a melee archetype, magic archetype, and all that kind of stuff. Sort of like how it works now. But you would choose it while in-game. So you'd be classless, then you have to choose which archetype you want. And then from that archetype, you can get a special class for it. Like, it had no limits. Like, when I tested it back it was considered alpha during then, too. And, I played a Tauren Demon Hunter. And I thought it was so damn cool. And then when Ascension took them, they went officially into beta. And they changed all that stuff around, so you couldn't do any of that. Which was a shame. Because I really liked being a Tauren Demon Hunter. Because it kind of gave off that vibe of... Well, I like hooves. And I think Demon Hunters should have standard hooves. I know they can only be elves and stuff, but I think it would be really cool if they could replace, you know? Yeah, it was. It was crazy. I still have screenshots hiding somewhere on my computer of just me screwing around. I took a bunch of screenshots for all my friends saying, hey, look how cool this new server is. It's very innovative because they had custom classes, obviously, like it does now. But everything was run through a JavaScript through the Wrath of the Lich King client because that was the only way you could really edit the game was through the JavaScript, which I thought that there were better ways of doing it. He just was a programmer of a different kind. And When he sold it off to Ascension, well, he didn't sell it off to Ascension. I think he worked a deal out to work with Ascension. And that's when it went into beta and everybody went, you know, where it is now. And I think it's pretty much set to release at any time. I mean, I know they're doing open betas to test all the different levels, and I think their next open beta is going to be up to 60, and they're going to test the raids. Then after the raids are done tested, I think they're pretty much good to go. I mean, nothing's really stopping them from doing it. Of course, now that I think about it, and when it does go live, I'm going to lose all my characters and stuff, so I have to start from scratch. I'm not too mad about that. Now I'm really thinking about it. I'm hoping I keep my founder title. That's about the only thing I hope I can keep. Yeah, that game, that server's very old. Very, very old. There's a lot of old servers that I wish I could just play again. A lot of them. I mean, there's only one server I probably wouldn't play again. It is an offshoot. I wouldn't say it's an offshoot of Blizzard. I mean, guess kinda. Really thinking about it. I mean, the only thing that they really got going on is the class list, obviously, but also custom classes and making your own archetypes of just blending classes together. Which, honestly, I can't see Blizzard doing that. So I can't say that they're an offshoot because of that. I say that they're kind of an offshoot for using the Blizzard Pro. They don't need to use World of Warcraft. They can make their own game, but they have a template already down. So they can work with it. But honestly, if Blizzard could copy them or incorporate them somehow into the company, which they won't do. But if they make something similar to it, I mean, some people said that Season of Discovery was Ascension's WoW, but Blizzard, which I fully disagree. But, no, I couldn't say that they're an offshoot.
Go in peace.
I say it's an idea that works pretty damn well. I mean, given how big the population is, especially if they're like now splitting the servers into different, like, you got Classic Plus, you got Koa, you got the Wrath of the Lich King beta, they have the free pick, they have the randomizer, the roll the dice, choose the cards. Some of the new models from Blizzard figured they'd be better for them. Yeah, I mean, if you use the HD pack, sure. Like, I use the HD pack because I look at the old models all the time. I mean, I play Classic so much. But, I mean, at this rate, any new private server that comes out is using the HD models. And they are using the new models. I think Ascension does it a bit step further because they have the transmogs. But it's not like they're using the new models for anything but transmog. They're not incorporating it into any gear or anything. I mean, that's just because a lot of people from retail are quitting retail and playing Ascension. Because Ascension's obviously, well, it's better right now than what's going on in retail. I'll be honest, if you gave me the choice between Ascension and retail to play, I would be playing Ascension. But if you tell me Classic WoW on retail or any other thing, it would be hard for me to choose. But it'd be better for them in the long run? Sure. I mean, why not? Again, at the same time, they're getting away with a lot of intellectual theft. I'm surprised they haven't been shut down. But, I mean, I can't remember where the server's based out of. I think it's the UK. I know it's in Europe somewhere. So they're pretty much out of Blizzard's quote-unquote jurisdiction, or their reach, to really enforce any of their cease and desists. And even then, if they do get hit with it, I'm sure they'll just, like, change the base out into Russia, where they can't be touched at all. I've known a couple of servers that done that, so that they can avoid it. They already had their original channel on YouTube take it down because of Blizzard.
Greetings.
I know that. Yeah, I mean, sure.
Winds
Yeah.
at your back.
If they want to do a WoW 2, they could definitely do a WoW 2. But we'll see. Actually, no. You know what? I think there will be a WoW 2. I mean, some streamers and YouTubers that do WoW have gotten a survey recently about what they want to see in a new classic WoW. And allowing the players to decide on what they want to see. Now, they're shutting down Season Discovery in favor of this. They already have the 2019 Classic WoW. They don't need to do that. They have the Anniversary mode that's going to go through the motions. I doubt they'll go any further than Wrath, if they even go to Wrath. But if they're going to go for a whole new Classic WoW project, if they do a WoW 2, I'm hoping it's a full reboot. And I'm hoping it's better. I mean, like the server, Azeroth at War, I love it. Because it takes inspiration from Warcraft 3 and the TCG, the tabletop game. If Blizzard wants to do a WoW 2, I would hope they do something like that. Instead of doing the same shit over and over and over again. I would hope they would make a new world. At least. New raids instead of the same stuff. New armor. They have the money for it. They can't say they don't have the money or time to do it. That's just a lie, that's excuse for laziness. They're really making themselves out to be a $10 company instead of the multi-million-dollar company they actually are. Hell, they could. If I was Blizzard, I would be looking at some of these new private servers coming out and taking inspiration, or at the very least contacting them instead of cease and desisting. I would be like, hey, do you want to work for money? Do you want to work for the company? To make your ideas actually become legitimate and get, like, people who would be invested into the game? But of course, the free-to-play model obviously is a problem. But I mean, Blizzard could do anything they want right now. But, I mean, convincing a corporation to care about their player bases, twisting arms. Or apocalypse. I remember that. Not much of an apocalypse when I can just. I thought that was a player for a second. That's just an NPC. Those are NPCs. That's crazy. I look for flowers. Hunting flowers. I mean, really thinking about it now, like, if Blizzard contacts Ascension, I would hope it's to work together, not against each other, because there's a lot of ideas that Ascension brings to the table. I mean, the classless thing was the real big seller for a long time. It was just the idea of you can do whatever the hell you want, and it kind of shows to the game's credit, like what it can do if coders actually like worked on it. Because for a long time, I mean, I remember for a long time, private servers would come out with these kinds of ideas, and Blizzard would make the excuses. One excuse after another. Like the whole cross-faction. If a private server can make Horde and Alliance players actually communicate with each other using the same language, allows them to group together, to run dungeons and raids together, then what stops Blizzard from doing that too? Well, they made the first excuse they made was that it's Warcraft. The two factions are supposed to fight each other. There's no point in doing that. But then they made the story become, well, there's a ceasefire, the Horde and Alliance work together, they take down the big bad people together. So even then, at that point, it's like they can group together. Yeah, I will critique Blizzard for that too. There's a lot of companies that I think can do animated movies. I don't know. I guess at the time they thought it'd be cool to do a live action movie. Because people always say, like, what if World of Warcraft looked more realistic? And then they do stupid things like that. I think an animated movie would sell better. I think an animated movie would definitely sell better. Or, better yet, to your credit, what you said, like the cinematics, if they made a movie based around the same graphics that the cinematics play out, oh yeah, I would sit down there and watch that. I would pay money to watch that in a theater. Because I think their cinematics look so good. Even the stuff they came out with in 2004, the first World of Warcraft cinematic looked so cool, and they looked so much better, and they kept that up, and I like that a lot. I don't know why they don't, and settle with the live movie instead. Even the live movie, I don't know.
Peace, friend.
I think personally with that live movie plot, I think they didn't need to go. I think they could have gone farther back, in my opinion. I think they could have gone a little further back in explaining things.
Can I assist you?
But I get it.
Alone light your
The sacking of Stormwind is very monumentous, and they did all that stuff. That's pretty good. But I think they should have done it. Well, actually, they probably did as best they could with the tides. Though I'd really like to see what they would come out with next. But I wouldn't want to see a live version again. I think it would be pretty cool to see, like, maybe a Burning Crusade based movie. Or rather, the Lich King based movie would be better. Especially if you had the ending movie where they had to fight Arthas. How cool that battle scene would be, Tyrion frozen. Then you have all the big name people there that story follows, and that big epic scene where they all die and are about to be resurrected as Death Knights, and Tyrion doing that whole cool thing. Breaking from the ice, breaking Frostmourne. How cool would that be in a cinematic movie? A whole animated movie where it just feels right. The CGI doesn't look like shit. A lot they could do, frankly. There's a lot they could do.
Till next we meet, I am honored. Be careful.
Okay. Deviant Flame Striders. That one. I see what you're saying. I do. I personally, though, would think it cool to be... If they do make a WoW 2, I would like to see them do Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 in a game format. Maybe as expansions. Mostly because people don't want to play Warcraft 1, 2, 3. People don't want to read the books. And then when you stuff people into a game that has lore to it, but people don't pay attention to it. Like, if you want to have a world building, to have, you know, set in stone lore, I think it's better for people to experience it rather than being told, well, if you go read this book, or if you go play this game that's an RTS, that not a lot of people like the RTS model. And that's a fact. There's not a lot of people that like the RTS model. Because it's confusing. One of my best friends, my co-host, that I have with me sometimes in my videos, some of my streams, he doesn't like RTSs. He hates it. But he read the books. Which, granted, not a lot of people would. My dad, for example, does not like RTSs. He does not like to read books about games. And he doesn't understand the game's lore anymore because he doesn't read the quests or anything. He doesn't read into the stories. I think if you add more interactive stuff, you could do it like movies. Sure. You could do it as an animated series, like episodes 1 through 24 or 36 or however many you need to get the point across. And that could be received pretty well. And that could be digestible. And I can agree with that. But there are some people like me, which I can see as a minority, would like to get first-hand, down-to-earth, doing quests, interacting with the world, with big names, and experiencing that. Like, just the whole, what Draenor was like before it exploded, leading all the way up to Gul'dan's obsessions, leading to the Burning Crusade coming in, the orcs, and experiencing all of that, and just running the course. And then you can have that as a staple for the Horde side. And then the Alliance side will experience everything like the High Elves and how they were established, how the human kingdoms interacted with one another, how the Troll-Human War, experiencing that firsthand would be pretty cool too. You wouldn't have factions. Granted, you would have various races that would slowly incorporate into factions. But just to experience it all, even if it is a flashback, if they have to do it like that, I think that's easier to digest. I mean, there are series of games that come out with multiple series, but they explain the game pretty well. Like the Assassin's Creed series, they've made it to where you don't really need to know what happens in the trilogy to know what's happening now. Which is what modern games try to do. But something like World of Warcraft's different. I mean, if you go to retail WoW as a new player, right now, as a new player, the only thing that you're experiencing is Exile's Reach, which is the tutorial area, going straight into Dragonflight. And you get the lore for Dragonflight, and then you go into War Within. And you know the War Within lore. Well, unless you're going to willingly go back to the previous expansions through the Chromie timeways, you're not going to know any of the story beforehand. So you'll be introduced to all these big name characters, but you don't know why they're big name characters. You don't know why Thrall is such a loved character. or such a big high up shaman. You're not going to know who Anduin Wrynn is, only that he's the guy that talks to people. You won't know Glenn Greymane other than the fact that he's a lack or somebody who doesn't think the alliance is strong enough because of how weak Anduin's whole philosophy is. So you wouldn't know any of these big name characters' stories unless you seek them out. Which, you're going to tell somebody who's fresh to the game to go seek out things, they're not going to do that. You know, I mean, maybe a good fraction of them will, because they might be genuinely interested. But a lot of people who are just playing because their friends play the game would expect their friend to tell them how the story is. Anyway. It's just word of mouth now. You're not experiencing anything. And even then, if you are experiencing it, you're not going to get the full scope because you'll be doing the Chromie Time Ways. For example, Pandaria. You go through the entire Jade Forest story. You go through all of the Four Winds story. And you only have to do half of Kung Lai before you're at the... Yeah, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. I'm rambling. I'm rambling. I do that. But I mean, they could do it in a movie format, and that's fine. But you're going to be condensing a lot of stuff down. A lot of stuff down. And they would have to cut plot points that are important. They have to be picky and choosy of major events, but not knowing how to incorporate it into a lead-up. Like, if you read the Tides of Chaos novel, that's 10 hours worth of reading, and they made a live-action movie condensing 10 hours of reading, even longer, if you have to, into a, what is it, an hour and a half, 2-hour movie? Something like that. So you're taking out a lot of context and you're condensing it down to something digestible and understanding, but also keeping it very action-packed. I think that's the hard part about making movies based off of novels, is what you gotta put in there. I keep forgetting about these antlers. I need to pick up these snakes. I gotta pick up the snakes. Or am I still in combat?
I'm out of range. That's still recharging. I need to target something first.
Lash Fires. Alright, yes. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna skip Graveyard because I went too far. I went too far. Got enthralled. Oh, well, at least I'm not gonna be running Stockades again.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Yes. Yes. Exactly my point. Very much exactly my point. It's like the Chromie Time Ways is a good way to experience old content, but I don't think it's the right way. It's a good way, but it's not the right way. Now, they are in the next patch for retail. What was first brought out was the level squish. And then Chromie Time Ways came to compensate. I believe that's how it did. Could be the other way around. I know they were brought out during the same expansion. So the level switch did happen first, because it was brought out in the same expansion. Because Chromium Time Waves, I think, was a major patch. It wasn't when it wasn't introduced right away. Now, in the next patch that's coming out right now for War Within is doing Cho'Gall lore walking, which is 3 stories so far, which is the story of Xal'atath, so that players can figure out who the fuck Xal'atath is, because new players don't know. They did an Arthas story. Oh, you're adding on to... Okay. My bad. I thought it was a question. I thought it was a question. Oh, man. My brain's cooked. I'm sorry. So the Cho'Gall lore walking is a great way to do it, and I think it should replace Chromie's time walking, in my opinion. Because they've got 3 stories. They have the Arthas story to get people to know Arthas. They got the Xal'atath story to know Xal'atath. And they have the ethereal story so that you know what the hell ethereals are. And it's to get them set up for the next expansion. So they're giving you context for what's gonna come in Midnight. Now, if they change that, because right now in the lore walking thing, you can get experience. You can get levels doing Cho'Gall stuff. That kind of opens up the door to where you can have Cho'Gall narrate a story of what Classic was like, or what Burning Crusade was like, and then and so on and so forth, and give you the major plot points, the major game-changing scenarios, what led to certain things happening, and you're gaining experience, you're gaining levels. So if you can go from 10 to, I think it's going to be 70? Well, it's 70 still right now, so 10 to 70. Just like Chromie Time Waves, you're going through every expansion, you're gaining experience through it all, and you'll hit max level, or close to max level, by the time you get to the end, and that way new players especially can be informed on all that stuff, and and veteran players can probably have a more enjoyable time getting to the max level instead of doing what they're doing now, which I think the major play is to go through time walking Warlords of Draenor still, because it gives the most experience. I usually do Miss the Pandaria because I know the quests inside out. So I think new players need a better way to understand the game than what they've got now. And they did make a promise of that at BlizzCon, that they were going to make the new player experience better. And I think that's a way to make it better, in my opinion. Using the lore walkers for actual lore walking.
Charging.
Frog. These snakes in the grass. Snakes in the grass. There they are. There we go. Five-minute average wait. Jeez.
Greetings, traveler. May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Ancestors watch.
Greetings. Good luck, friend. Others to you.
Oh, jeez. As I start to fight. Maridon. The Wicked Grotto. And not bad, I guess. Not bad, I guess. Yes, I fully agree with you, Hick. I fully agree with you. That's what I originally thought Chromie Time Walking was being able to go back to that expansion's true form and going through the motions, and then when you hit max level during, like, running through Wrath of the Lich King, you hit 80 there, and then you'd be pulled out to be level 60 again. Like, squished back down and stuff. That would be... I wish that's how it was. I'll be honest. They wouldn't have to do any of these classic WoW renditions if they just did it like that. Because you would be able to do it anyway, and still be considered playing one retail, instead of, what is it, 7 now? See, you got retail, classic. Classic WoW. Then you have Classic WoW 2019. You have Season Discovery, you have the Anniversary. Yeah, you got like 5 different WoWs to go through. When you could have just made it like that. The Chromie Time Waves put you in an expansion, make you go through that expansion again, relive it all as it was, and then when you hit max level, you'd just be brought back to the current expansion, your level will be squished back down, that way you won't be, you know, too crazy powerful, and then just go through that. Surely a multi-million-dollar company can do that. Surely. I couldn't see it as hard to program, especially when these private server guys are using Wrath of the Lich King and doing more stuff than what retail is doing right now. I feel like there is no excuses anymore for just lackluster gameplay.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. Cast that yet.
I have 4 growth potions. Elixirs. Jesus. Jeez, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wonder, will I get another one?
That spell isn't ready yet.
Throwing dynamite at me, I just realized that. Make a shot rifle. Nothing I can use. But it is something I can disenchant. Feels like dragon soul. At least one of these.
That spell isn't ready yet. I need to target something first. It's still charging.
Yeah. Yeah, I can, yeah. Go, play the new expansion to go back to the other one. Yeah, yeah, I can do that back and forth thing. I like the options. I think that's what it boils down to, is the options.
That spell isn't ready.
If there were more options like that, I think the game would be more enjoyable than what it is right now. I will say that. Because I hate working really hard in one expansion, only for it to mean nothing in the next. I mean, at this point, it's just transport. I'm running, if I run a current raid right now in War Within, if I ran that Goblin raid right now, the Undermine raid, I wouldn't be raiding for the gear, I would just be raiding for the transport. Because it's just going to be outdated by the next major patch, or the next raid that comes out, or the next expansion. It's like, temporary power, sure, that's great. But it's going to mean nothing but transmog in the end. But, if you made it to where you can go to any expansion pack you want, that gear kind of means a little bit more now, because you're not moving out of that expansion. So nothing's being undermined, or nothing's going to be completely, like, outdated. And you could also leave it up to possibilities of them adding more content to certain expansions. It makes them actually look at the other expansions to make sure that they stay updated and relevant in their state. I mean, if anything, that's what I believe, because of Season Discovery, they added a Phase 8. They went right past Naxxramas and went to a Scarlet-themed patch, which they didn't have to, but they did anyway. Which means they could just add anything they want if they actually put the code and mind to it. So, for sure, I don't see what stops them from doing something like that. Where you can go back after you're finished with the current stuff, so that you can stay in the game. I think a lot of people would. Honestly, this whole idea of Classic Plus, Blizzard has been trying to ignore it. But when you have Ascension WoW coming out with their own Classic Plus and actually adding RPG elements to it, something big like Ascension, that's sort of the benchmark now that Blizzard has to work against. Because, obviously, it's pretty obvious. And then you have Season Discovery, where they did their own Classic Plus and then some, and realized that people do kind of like that. I mean, you got streamers that were doing hardcore, because hardcore was the big thing, you know? Hardcore WoW is a big thing. And when those guys got tired of doing the hardcore stuff, they just said, screw it, we're going to Season Discovery, trying that out. And they loved it. And they brought a lot of people in. And they just came in at the tail end and says, well, Blizzard's now going to shut it down, but they're going to do something different. And then they rolled out these questionnaires, these surveys, to say, hey, you're an important influence on this game. What would you like to see in a Classic Plus? What does your audience want to see in a Classic Plus? So that they can make their own sort of Classic Plus that's like SOD, but probably more. So, they will probably, if it works out as well as it should, I would like to see a Classic Plus where they have the Scarlet content like they have in Sod, but also do a South Seas expansion. That's what they originally wanted before they had Burning Legion. They wanted to do a whole South Seas thing where it was pirates, and adding the ninja theme, so they had the pirates versus ninja theme, and doing a whole boat cruise. They can do boat mechanics, clearly. I mean, especially now. They could add something like that in there. There ain't no limitations. There is so much they could do. I wouldn't go as crazy as to add Outlands. I wouldn't go that crazy. I mean, they had Karazhan that was originally supposed to release in Classic. They could do that. They could add a whole new raid like that. They have the Scarlet Enclave raid that they just added in. So they can have those incorporated. They can do so much more. But they are limited in scope because they're so worried about spending so much money on something that people won't like. But I think they're underestimating themselves. And I think they're underestimating the whole community abroad here. Because I would do that, and I think there's a lot of people that would like that, you included. And I think most of my audience that watches me play the Essentials Wild Classic Plus stuff, I think they would like to see it too. And I think it would be an only good excuse for them to actually make me do more retail stuff. If they did something like that. Because I would play retail WoW right now if it was interesting.
I need to target something first.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one too. That is definitely a good way to look at it too. Yeah. I can agree. I think there's too many. I mean, oversaturation is a bad thing. I don't even know why they need to do an anniversary mode. They already have WoW Classic Cataclysm right now. They have the normal Classic from 2019 still there. What's the point? Other than quote-unquote fresh servers. So what? Just make a new server. You can make it a tab if you want to. Just like how they did the tournament stuff. I remember tournament servers, so tournament realms, where if you did PvP all the time and you wanted ranked arenas and actually do all that kind of stuff, they had a whole separate server where you can sign on to actually do competitive things, and all it was tournament based. What stops them from doing something like that again? Where instead of just being, you know, like, you go in the 2019 Classic, you can have a tab down below, instead of saying anniversary, just be fresh, or just incorporating it into the already existing list. Just adding new servers and saying that this is a whole fresh start, and then they can merge and weave and do all that kind of stuff, instead of making new games, which, to be honest, I think bloats their servers more than just adding stuff. I think it's more efficient that way. Or even just announcing and saying, hey, we might do a restart on this server. If you don't want your character being resetted, just move it to this server instead, while we're doing it this way. I mean, they're already doing free transfers on certain realms and stuff. They can do it. It's any other excuse is laziness, in my opinion. Though if they were going to do something like Season Discovery, I can see that being a whole different thing too. Because it is definitely not like the normal classics, and adding that in alongside the normal classic people, that's going to cause some issues. Some big issues I can see. But game modes, I mean, hell, they can do game modes. Have an NPC at the start. Turtle WoW does it. Ascension does it. Blizzard can do it. I think really what it comes down to, if a private server can do it, Blizzard can do it. But they don't. Which I think is just them not reading the room. Blizzard's not really good at doing that, honestly. They're not good at reading the room. Oh boy.
Still recharging.
Backspace. Yes. Yes. I think so too. I think if you give players that option to just do that and just making new things, it does thin things out. And it does thin players out. It splits them apart. It makes factions within factions where they think that one thing's better than the next. It's stupid. It's dumb. I admit. It is. And I don't think Blizzard's going to realize that until it's way too late.
Don't like this place.
Because looking at server populations, the most people right now for Classic is doing the anniversary mode right now. They've completely killed off 2019 Classic WoW. They are killing off what's left of SOD, because SOD's about to go away. And they're trying to put SOD players in with the classic Cataclysm people for Mr. Pandaria. And I think that's okay, but your Season of Discovery character is not being saved. It's not being moved into a different server. It's being deleted. So anything that you've made is being deleted right now for Season of Discovery. And not a lot of people are happy about that. Because they've worked hard for those characters. Granted, at the later stages, it wasn't too hard to make a half a dozen ults getting to max level because you got friends that can boost you up, which kind of defeats the point, but they made it to where they were okay with getting rid of it because of X, Y, and Z, which I think is a bummer. But I understand. But, I mean, even then, Season of Discovery community is not that big in general, and adding it to an already dwindling Cataclysm Classic crowd isn't going to do a whole lot. Because those Season of Discovery players aren't going to be playing this. They're going to be playing on the Anniversary mode, because that's where tens of thousands of players are playing right now. They want to play with other people. They want to play with friends. And that's just how it is. I mean, I would like my friends to play this, but I kind of have to strong arm them to play this because they don't want to play this. They'd rather play retail because it's lazy and it's easy and they don't have to put a lot of work into it. You can get to max level in one day on retail, which I guess. Plus, all my friends roleplay, and all the role players right now are sitting on retail. Because that's where all their stuff is, that's where their transmogs is, and that's where all their X, Y, and Z is, and it's easier to do that because you can easily level characters, get the outfits, blah blah blah. I hardly ever see anybody roleplay on Classic WoW. Not even on this, not even on the original Classic WoW. In fact, they got it to the point now where Blizzard doesn't even make an RP server for their anniversary because they know nobody's going to play on that, except for a small minority of players. which I think's a bummer because it just goes to show that Blizzard still doesn't care about the people who want the RPG aspect of their MMO. RPG.
Be careful.
And I think Blizzard should really fix that part. They promote this game as an MMO RPG, but it's just now become an MMO, like any other MMO. There's hardly any roleplay elements in this, except for all the tiny little mechanics, but they don't add it in for the community to enjoy. They just do it for a mechanical point of view, which I think's missed the point. I mean, they got that Epsilon server, which is just, you don't even level in it. It's all roleplay. The only effort that you gotta do is making your own little player housing area, and your transmogs, and your roleplay sheet. Yeah! Yeah! It used to be so big.
How may I help?
I was entrenched in the roleplay community during Cataclysm. Literally, what I'm playing right now. I used to roleplay all the time on there. And it introduced me to a lot of people. And players made their own rules. Players made their own rules for what they needed. And they told Blizzard that was their rules and what they wanted. And it was harmonious. But then it died. And Blizzard stopped adding in RPG aspects to the game. On a player point of view. Mechanical point of view, they did. They added flavor. They added emotes. Toys. But that's not what players kind of want, but kind of don't want. They want their own private area. They want their own private space. They don't want transmog being limited. There's players out there that want their cloth to be mixed with their plate. And they don't want to do that. Blizzard cannot, quote-unquote, mechanically add that in because it is hard to implement. But 7 different private servers can definitely do that. Warmain, of all private servers, did it first, in my opinion.
How may I help?
And that's crazy to say.
Good luck.
And they did it on a Cataclysm. Cataclysm. When they first added transmog in, they were able to do it. But Blizzard said it was too hard to implement. So it's just more players realize that Blizzard does not care. And the big part of World of Warcraft was completely removed in favor of casual people who work 9 to 5, can only play 4 hours a day, 3 hours a day. So they made the game too convenient, they made it too easy, they made it too accessible for a group of players that don't even play the game all the time. It is. It is so stupid. Blizzard makes these dumb takes that are just nothing. It is absolutely stupid that Blizzard makes up excuses that they cannot do something because they don't want to do it, and they don't want to admit that they don't want to do it. It's like, if you don't want to do it, be transparent and say that we don't want to add this to the game because of X, Y, and Z. And that's just how it is. But they just go, well, we can't do it because the game's coding can't handle it. We can't implement this change because the limitations of the game. But when you really look at it, the foundation of retail is still classic WoW. It is still TBC. It's still Wrath of the Lich King. All they did was add more RAM into the template that they've already had and built on top of that to allow expansions to get in. So, in all essence, they can do it. They have the means. They have the code. If some freaking nobody in their basement can add a perfectly good cross-faction gameplay system to where they can have Horde and Alliance play together, talk together, in/say, or in party, do raids together, then Blizzard can do the same thing but they won't because they don't want to, and they make some sort of excuse to say, well, lore-wise, Alliance and Horde cannot work together. The past 4 expansions, they have worked together. There has been a ceasefire. They have not fought each other aside from skirmishes and story modes. They can do it. They just don't want to do it. And they make excuses and half-assed answers to make that point across by being extremely vague about it.
Go in peace.
To me, it's just insulting. It is absolutely insulting. And all it does is drive people to do private servers because the story sucks.
I've been expecting you.
And they just make excuses all the time. It is maddening. It is absolutely maddening. Oh. I watched my entire server, Form Rest Accord on retail, die off because Blizzard did not care enough
Be careful.
about it, about the game, about what implementations, their transmog systems, anything and everything, the cross-faction stuff. They didn't want to do it,
The thing for you.
and I watched my
Live the
server
eternal sun.
die in an instant. And it died little by little, and then Final Fantasy came out, and half the server left. And then the big whole Blizzard controversy about how toxic their workplace is killed the rest of it. I can sit in Orgrimmar and see 100 players, and only 30 of them, at the very least, will roleplay. You go into Stormwind. Warm Rest Accord used to be a balanced server where you had equal parts, and they were plentiful. Yeah, it does suck. It really does suck. Because it used to be a serious roleplay community, and a lot of people were fine with it. We were the better roleplay server because Moonguard. Now, Moonguard is full of people who are... I want the right term for this. They're more flamboyant, more expressive about their roleplay, and they break lore all the time. And they're very, very adult oriented. And Warm Rest Accord was more lore, was more in tune with the world. Adult content was not the priority. It was making a great story, working with the lore that was given to us, and it made a lot of guilds really peak and really feel good, and they made great storylines, and they intermingled with one another and made it was just made. And then Epsilon came out, Blizzard's toxicity came in, the lawsuits, and a lot of the player base left for that. Another part of the player base left for Final Fantasy because Final Fantasy's roleplay community is slightly better. I wouldn't know. I never played Final Fantasy. It's just my friends stuff. And what was left over on the Alliance side left for Moonguard because Moonguard was the Alliance hub. Hardly anybody played Horde on there. It was all Alliance. So you can go on the Moonguard Stormwind and you'll meet 300, 400 players. Like, you'll meet so many players that there's like 3 to 5 layers of phasing that has to go into Stormwind because of how many people are roleplaying, how many guilds are interacting. But you go into Warm Rest Accord's Stormwind, and you'll see probably 5 people. And none of them are role players. They're just random people that joined the server. And that's it. There's nothing more, nothing less. You can walk around an empty Stormwind on a role-playing server that used to have hundreds of people interacting with one another, and they all left. And it all happened in a span of like 9 months, 8 months, just dwindled. and then, like, a Thanos snap happened, and everything's gone. It's very disheartening, and it almost made me quit the game. And what kept me in the game, as long as it has for retail, is Classic. I just like Classic a lot. And that was it. The topic got really, really, really depressing. I shouldn't be hanging on to depressing topics like that. I should be more focused on what I'm doing right now. Though it is good to vent, but I don't think it was a good vent. I think it was a pretty negative vent. Alright, vent to a point. Getting through everything. I'm surprised I'm level 34 and I've not outleveled this area yet. I figured I would have a while ago.
We shall meet again.
Greetings. May the eternal sun shine above you.
The level cut made you quit? Oh man.
Well met. Go.
I did critique the level cut, but I didn't think they need to do it. If they were going to do the Chromie Time Wave stuff, before they did the level cut, I don't think they needed to do a level cut to begin with. If they just added Chromie Time Waves and do it that way, more than enough. If you could tell me I could sit through Mr. Pandaria and go from 1 to, what was it before, like 120? Yeah, it was 120 before the level switch. It was 120. If I go through the whole entire expansion from 1 to 120, just doing the entirety of Pandaria, I would be fine with that. I would be completely fine with that. Yeah, I guess. It settles for drama. I guess any of the VOD watchers, too, could get that story. If they make it this far in. You know, I had the idea of doing pre-recorded story times like that, but I don't think it would work out. At least not in relations to, like, doing it live. But, yeah. Honestly, if they did Chromie Time Waves instead of doing the level cut and allowed people to do an entire expansion from 1 to max level, just in that one expansion, I think it would work out for the best. I think it would definitely work out for the better. Because I think what really drained me out before the level switch. Oh yeah, flight path. Shit. Thanks for reminding me. About to go back for it. Yeah, if they did it like that, I think I would be happier. Instead of doing a level switch. Or at least not that drastic of a level switch. I get it by half, I mean, a quarter would be alright. Then again, after, let's see. If War Within came out and the level switch didn't happen, it would be like 140. And then Midnight would come out, it would be 150. And then eventually it would be 220. It would be 255. I would think. I know there was, what was it, Heroes WoW? I think it was Heroes WoW that did something like that. We went from 1 to 225 and it took a good bit. To 255. It would have taken a good bit of time.
Isn't ready yet. I still
thinking about it more. If they had also done, because they have this scaling system now, where everything tends to stay at your level, no matter where you're at. Yeah, you definitely get... See, the big reason, in my opinion, I think why they did the level cut, in my opinion, was to get the casual players in. I think that's all it was. To get the average Joe who works 9 to 5, who only has 2 to 3 hours, maybe 4 hours if he's lucky, of gameplay. Of game time. And that's all it is. They have pandered so heavily, in my opinion, to the casual players that they've made the game just not fun anymore. Granted, I still play retail. I still have to have a subscription to retail to play Classic WoW, to play Cata Classic, and so on and so forth. That's where my money's going anymore. It's not going into the retail anymore. It's just not worth it, in my opinion. But if you like to play the classics and stuff, it's there. I mean, by all means. They also do. They're trying to roll out these events now, in retail, like Miss Pandaria Remix. All it was a roguelike. They made Miss Pandaria into a roguelike, where you just gain power for your cloak. You gained experience and levels and power of all stats, and they're going to do the same thing for Legion. They're going to turn Legion into a roguelike, and honestly, I like that. They do Plunderstorm, which is a Fortnite Battle Royale style gameplay. Well, not Fortnite. You can't build. It's a Battle Royale. And a lot of people like it. I enjoyed it for a little bit, but I wouldn't constantly do it. So if they make mini game modes, if they do that kind of stuff, I would be enticed a little bit more to play retail. But I think it's a far cry of what it used to be. I think they've turned World of Warcraft retail, where it is now, into more of an arcade game, rather than an actual MMORPG. I think that's what I'm trying to get across. Because it's still the same game, but it's faster, it's easier. The raids, I admit, are harder. They have more complicated stuff, they have more flashy bits. You have to be on your toes, you have to have a brain processing power and reflexes now. It's definitely a far cry from, okay guys, we're fighting Onyxia. I need you to put dots on, stay away from the wings, stay away from the tail. Don't be close to the head, because she does that cone of fire. We're a far cry from that now. Now it's like, you gotta stand here, you gotta stand there, you gotta stand here, you gotta click on this, you gotta click on that. It's just... It's overload. And they're attracting the younger people like me, who have faster brains, than somebody who's played Classic when it first came out, and they're in their 50s. I say this because my dad played it when it came out, and he's 57. So... he's up there. And he cannot process how the game currently works because there's just so many things going on. There's so much fast-paced game, and he doesn't like it. If anything, he would rather play Classic like I am right now, because this is what we played. And he doesn't have to do a whole lot of work. He doesn't have to think too hard. Exactly. That too. I agree. They've now come out with story mode. And what I mean by story mode is, you do a quest line now. You do a quest line. You get the lore, you get the story, you get the whole bits. Granted. But, you get a quest to kill the endgame boss, like you usually do. Because that's the end of the quest line. You kill the endgame raid boss, that's it. But instead of having to go into a normal mode, or even an LFR, you don't have to go into a mythic, you don't have to go into a heroic. You just queue in at that NPC to do the final boss in a story mode where you have NPCs that will tank, that will heal, and that will do damage with you depending on what class you are and what spec you are. They work around that. So you can just do it solo, technically solo, because you gotta do NPCs, but it's still just you. You don't need to gather people to finish the final boss, to finish the story, and to finish the expansion. That's just how it is now. And I critique that very critically. And I think that's just... I know that's how the game's gonna go. I know that's how it's gonna be. But I don't like it. I don't like it at all. They're just removing the community. It's no longer an MMO, and it's no longer an RPG. So what the fuck is this game? What could you consider this? It's a fantasy game. It has RPG elements, but I don't see any role-playing. It's an MMO, but I don't see the MMO. I could not tell you what this game is anymore. It's its own genre at this point.
The winds guide you. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Yeah, they did. They did do something like that in Shadowlands.
Go forth to victory.
And that was a mistake in itself. I don't think Shadowlands should have ever existed. And I'm glad Blizzard is just rolling that expansion out. It is a spectacular sight to see. I did a character to max level in Shadowlands because I want the achievements. I haven't done the achievements for it because I didn't care enough. And I found out that half the quest lines have been removed. Completely removed. Half, and the other, a good portion of it is bugged, so you can't finish it. So the only workable thing is the dungeons and the raids. The questing is just, it's being pushed out. It's being rolled out. New players don't go there. Hardly anybody wants to go there. I did it just so I can get the achievements. And I can't even get all the achievements because all the achievements are bugged because half the quests are gone. It is a spectacular sight, to say the least. The level of incompetence of trying to hide this expansion as if it didn't exist.
Strength.
Yeah. It's fucking insane. We're talking about stupid. At least they admit it. At least they admit it that it's a shitty expansion, but they're going about it in the worst way possible. You might as well give players the achievements and just delete it. Give everybody the mounts, the rewards from the meta achievements. Give everybody the tier sets from it. All the gear appearances and just cut it out. Be done with it. The only part of its legacy is its gear. And its mounts. At that point.
Farewell.
Ah, I've been expecting you. Wind.
Insanity. Yeah, I forgot. I've been so engrossed. I just forgot about it. I'm gonna have to go do that real quick. Actually, let me click Siege Breaker, and then I'll go back to Orgrimmar. I'll get dual spec. Ugh.
Charging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Not gonna lie, I am looking forward to Mist Classic. I really like Mist, and me playing a Warlock was a good idea. I'm glad you inspired me to do the Warlock on your comment, because I remember the Green Fire questline from Mist of Pandaria, and doing that again is gonna be so fun. I love that. I love that whole questline. I love the Green Fire. I love all the Fel infused stuff. It was definitely something I enjoyed. I even have the title, the Breaker of the Black Harvest. I think that's what it is, or of the Black Harvest. I use that on my Warlock on retail all the time because I got that achievement before Warlords came out, and I was
Speak
very, very happy that I did it.
for the Horde.
And now I'll be able to do it again. And I'll be driven crazy because I will be doing live streams of that whole thing. And I'm gonna be driven mad. I'll be swearing, I'll be cussing, I'll be slamming my fist. Just
Peace, friend.
on the 50th attempt, I might get it. Oh, it'll be so fun. I'm sure. It'll be fun, I'm sure. Ugh. A long flight back to Orgrimmar. A long way back. I still need to set my Hearthstone somewhere. Yeah, I'm still on Death Note. If I use my Hearthstone, I'm going back to the Undead starting zone. Which, I'll be honest, is not where I want to be. Especially at level 35. I'll probably get the Orgrimmar Hearthstone when I land. Yeah, that's actually pretty funny. See, the biggest gaslighting happened when that quest came out. When that quest line came out, the biggest gaslighting. Warm Rest Accord did the biggest gaslighting campaign, where they convinced a bunch of warlocks to spend hours and days trying to get the green fire, to get the fel fire, because warlocks who got it were gaslighting people, trolling them, telling them that if they got fel fire, their damage would increase by 25%. They were gaslit into saying, hey, if you do this, you'll have more strength, more power behind your spells. And it was not true. It didn't do anything other than a cosmetic achievement. That's all it is. But these warlocks were really good gaslighting a bunch of new players and mediocre warlocks into trying to get this because they were tempted by power. It was quite literally a Gul'dan moment where they were promised power for their time and soul. It was definitely a campaign of just funniness. And I'll be honest, I almost fell for it because I had to look it up on the forums, and I saw a blue post about it saying that no, it was just cosmetic. So after I found that out, I joined in. I joined in on the trolling. I went out, got my green fire, was like, oh my god, guys, this is so amazing. I do so much damage. You won't believe how much my chaos bolts do now in PvP. It's a full 25%. I was so on board with the gaslighting. I was so on board with it. It was definitely one of my best. It was definitely one of my best moments. And during Mists of Pandaria, I was a warlock main. I moved away from druid because I no longer needed to be a druid because my guild died off in Cataclysm. So I was like, oh, I got free reign now. So I played warlock, went through the whole thing. I thought, you know what, I'd rather be a warlock. So getting the green fire was more of like an achievement of like, yeah, I'm dedicated to my main, guys. Yeah. Joined a new guild, PvP, did it all the time, and I thought, yeah, I feel like a destructive force on the battlefield. Oh, it was so fun. I miss those days. I know I'm wrong for that, but I mean, come on. If you were given that opportunity to gaslight people, you would. You would. Especially watching a bunch of people who just started playing Warlock, thinking that it's gonna be really easy, and watching them crash out in trade chats, general chats, of just how maddening it is that they've wiped on their 100th try, and they've wasted almost a whole week trying to do it. Because they don't know how to play their class. They don't know their toolkit. And I made my rights. I've done better. Although I did join in the gaslighting, I did help people figure out their toolkit and how to play Warlock. In my guild, not really anybody else. I've made my amends. I paid for my sins. By being a good person in my new guild. Yeah, me too. I was a Tauren Druid back in those days. I remember the Baron's chat. It was 2006 when I played. And, yeah. I was 8 at the time, by the way. That's context. I was 8. And I would read the most raunchiest stuff in the Baron's chat, as well as the jokes, and I had to constantly ask my dad what it meant. And my dad was very uncomfortable trying to explain everything to me. Because they were all innuendos. I'm like, what does this mean? What does this mean? He's like, you'll figure it out. You don't need to tell me right now. You'll get it when you're 13. Oh, crikey. Okay, Warlock Trainer.
Blood and thunder.
I forgot they had quests to get items. I forgot about that.
Victory.
I'm not really worried about it, though. Yeah. Dual talent spec, 10 gold. How much do I have? 20. I have 20 gold.
Abu. Mukra.
Just enough. And Fell Hunter. And Hellfire.
Farewell.
I think that's all I'm gonna get. I'm not gonna get every spell. I don't want to waste that much gold. I don't want to waste all my gold.
Strength and honor. For the Horde.
I am tempted to get a Death Knight made. I am tempted to get a Death Knight on this character, on this realm. I haven't played too much Death Knight, I'll be honest. But I kind of remember how it used to be. It wasn't too overpowered, but it wasn't too under 2. They made it a little better. Let's see, do I want Feralus or Dusk Willow? That's the question. That's the question. Or I can go back over to right? Yeah, I can do Western Plaguelands and the Eastern Plaguelands. There's a whole quest line for that. Ooh, temptations.
May your blades never dull.
I don't mind Feralus, but I think it's pretty likely. I don't mind Dusk Willow. Though I don't remember much of the Horde side, because I did Alliance side Dusk
I
Willow.
got a deal for you.
Oh. Jesus, that's depressing. 1 silver per recipe. You just vendored for $1.50. That is so disappointing. So Strange Dust, all my Strange Dust is worth 14 gold on this round. All my lesser ancestral essences. You know, I understand. I used to think I could get away with it with a rogue. Getting dual wield for the first time at level 10, I would always put my skinning knife on the offhand, thinking it would work out better, even if it didn't, but I still did it anyway. I still did it anyway. Man, this stuff's expensive. Then again, it's still low grade. Two tangy clam meat is worth 6 gold. Jesus Christ. Seven silk is 8 gold. 26 is 31 gold. I need my professions up, but the goal, the goal, I could invest. How much is wool? All my wool, 29. God damn. But I need wool because that's what I'm working on right now.
Government products are built.
I gotta do a lot of farming off stream, I think, or on stream or whatever. That's for sure. A lot of low level stuff I gotta do. Golly. I think I'm gonna go Western Plaguelands. Think. Because I like Eastern Plaguelands. See how much turtle meat goes for? Oh man, if it goes for a lot, I would be in Terran Mills farming turtle meat if it goes for a lot. If it goes for a lot, you know that's what I'm gonna do.
I ain't got it. You don't want it.
Okay, turtle meat. How much is turtle meat? Holy shit. That's only for one? Holy crap, dude. Who makes these prices? Good God. I don't even think retail sells turtle meat for this much. Holy crap. And to think that in Terran Mills there is a quest to get 10 of these for a recipe. And there's motherfuckers out here selling 201 turtle meat for almost 50 gold each. That's just each. That's just each. If I buy out all 222, that's gonna cost me almost, well, 10,753 gold. Jesus Christ. That's so dumb. That's so stupid. Holy crap. That is just so dumb. That's just dumb. Yeah. You know? Yeah. I think that's what I'm gonna do later. I think I'll do that later. I think I'll start farming turtle meat. Or any kind of meat, really. I think any kind of meat would work. That's so dumb. It's just so stupid. It's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. Why? I'm trying to justify it in my head. Like, these glyphs are reasonably priced. Albeit, I don't think Glyph of Curse of Exhaustion's fair game. But they're priced reasonably. Turtle meat is more expensive than all of this except for Curse of Exhaustion. That's insane. That's driving me nuts. It's driving me crazy. I can't be disappointed. I'm impressed. And if they actually sell it, I'm even more impressed. I'm just... What the fuck? Giant egg? I don't know. Giant egg.
Cha-ching!
That's not bad. It's bad. But it's not turtle meat bad. Granted, somebody is trying to sell 200 of them for 49 gold. For an overall value of buying all 1,919 giant eggs will cost almost 14,000 gold.
If you ever
That's
need
not... It's bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad.
happened to your friend?
Yeah? What do you want?
It's the most expensive food. Why? Why? It's not even food. Jesus Christ. Good God. Who is this for? Yeah, clam meat's pretty expensive. I would be surprised if I could sell this. Tangy clam meat? I only have 2, but it's pretty much still the same. Oh yeah, you get a lot of it in Westfall. You can get a lot of it in Silverpine. All you have to do is kill the murlocs along the coastline. You can get a lot. But the pearls are expensive. No, I don't even know if the pearls will be expensive anymore because pearls aren't really used. Well, you can still. No, some. Some are, some aren't. They're still sold pretty expensive. You can get a giant growth potion for 1 silver. Red linen robe, 28 copper. Golly. Some of these prices are reasonable, but some aren't. They just aren't. What is the most expensive freaking recipe? A level 47 item. That is the most expensive recipe. And I will tell right now, if you run Sunken Temple at least once, if you run Sunken Temple at least once, this recipe will drop. Guaranteed. Because I always see it drop. Every time I rank. Even back in the day. It is very common.
What you doing?
Got the best deals anywheres.
The next most expensive is that, which I don't like the color of at all. Shadowy Mask will be important eventually, but not right now. Sure Strike Goggles 3.0. Yeah, I can see that. I could see that being priced like that because that's actually really cool. But everything else, no. No. None of this should be that expensive. No, none of this. None of this should be at all expensive. At least not in the expense that it is. some of the classic patterns, sure, because you can't get them anymore.
You drive a hard
But something like that for 300,000 gold? No way. Just no way. Oh, cool. There's some people out here actually hanging out and dueling. That's pretty cool. Not used to seeing that. Oh, wait. Where am I going? I'm going out. I ain't going out. I gotta go back in. Clamlet surprise. Is that really a recipe? Clamlet surprise? If I just look up clam, it might give me. I would love to have that staff. I don't want that, but staff. Clamlet surprise.
I know a buyer when I see one.
If I just do clam. Golly. They don't have it. They don't even have a recipe for it. Huh. That's weird. Unless it goes by a different name. Which I don't think it is. I don't think it does.
Drive a hard bargain.
And even if it did, that's some expensive freaking recipe. The price to pay for the laziness of players, for sure. Still have no. Well, it's a quest, that's why. And it's what you need to get artisan to cook. Okay.
What do you
Yeah. I just looked it up. Yeah. That's actually a really good buff. Full stamina and spirit. That's pretty worthwhile in my opinion. Holy moly. It's not on the auction house though.
who you be? Be seeing ya.
What mounts do I have? I got a bit. Not a lot, but I got a bit. 22 maps. I'll probably end up doing that quest anyway, because I've been doing so much of my professions when I wasn't streaming, just that I can keep them up to date. And I'm gonna probably have to do the same thing at some point, either tomorrow or whatnot, just so that I don't fall too far behind. Because when I farmed Lennon, I was going crazy. I was sitting in Agabon Mills for like 5 hours just trying to get as much Lennon as I could get. And I was watching videos on my second monitor just trying to stay sane. Quite a bit of players on. Quite a bit of players are on. I'm surprised we have not gotten that recipe unlocked. Or that one. Those are the most easiest to get. Unless not everybody's pulling their weight. Yeah, no one's pulling their weight for that. Good God. It is. It definitely is. And that's what I did. I'm about to go over to Barron's after I finish streaming. When I'm in my mellow mode kind of deal. And sit in the oases and try to find freaking deviant fish. It definitely is faster. And easier than trying to find all the other stuff. Besides, I can be like in my guild doing my part. Because for some reason, we haven't got That's a Lot of Bait yet. And we haven't gotten Set the Oven to Cataclysmic yet. So, when I'm 85, I'll definitely earn my keep. With all these professions. Especially making history. I'm definitely going to put some work into that. Especially the troll. I want to get that two-handed sword, Zinrock. I definitely want to find Zinrock. I think that's a cool blade. Because I think... I don't think they have Zinrock at all. Well, they might. But I don't think it's the same. No, they don't have Zinrock. They have... Jakelic. That's it. They did not make Zinrock, the destroyer of worlds, into any of the troll dungeons. They made it into an archaeology piece, which I am definitely going to try and get. that's a definite. Because I really like that sword. It's a really good sword. But it is close to 10 o'clock. And I pretty much ran my vocal cords dry. Glad I got all that out of me.
Too far away.
Glad to talk. Glad to do all this stuff. If I wasn't busy tomorrow, I'd probably be doing a live stream. I'll see, even if I did, it wouldn't be too long. It wouldn't be as long as this. But I will be doing a Sunday stream. And I'm debating still whether or not I should continue this on Sunday. Which I probably will. Because I want to do the fishing. But I don't know if I want to do anything after that, or if I should just stay on this game. I think that's the question. I think that's the real question. For sure. I'll try to figure it out. I think I'm going to do a poll for next week, for next Sunday, and see if it gets engagement on whether I should do the Artisan or the Cataclysm, or if any other options are on the table. I kind of want to see, because I got a bunch of viewers now coming in on the channel and they're actually watching the videos, at least a quarter of it. But seeing that many with every upload kind of makes me wonder how much people are going to engage. Because I know streaming on YouTube is not really that great at all. YouTube does not like people streaming for some weird reason. So whatever works. But
This had better be good.
yeah, I'm gonna take these quests and probably end the stream for today.
Yes.
Because it is getting pretty late for me. It's 10 o'clock at night. And I'm about to go into my mellow mode. The Iron Man nightmare. Golly, doing that challenge will probably break me. More than the freaking Artisan. Going nightmare mode. God no, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. My pet, if I did 100, would be screaming at me like, please do not summon me anymore. I am done.
Dark Lady, watch over you. Beware the living.
It would definitely be a mess. It would definitely be a mess. I mean, I'll eventually do it. It's just that I'm not gonna have fun doing it. I'll be like, shit, fuck. Alright guys, here we go again for round number 9, because I keep screwing up. Oh, I'm doing freaking adorable retail hardcore. Because if you look back at my channel, I've done over 200 videos now. If you look at like the earlier videos, that's me running the adorable freaking hardcore. That was freaking rough. But yeah, I'm glad we had great fun. Honestly, even if it was just both of us, it was really great fun. And I'm glad to talk to you all at any point at any time. I mean, I'm gonna try to do more streams. That way, we hopefully we can get more people's attention. I think it'd be great to have more people in the conversation. But yeah, thanks for coming out. Thanks for watching and stuff. And to all the VOD watchers, thanks for actually making it this far. If you got this far and you didn't skip to the end. But yeah, I'll be back Sunday. So I should be doing my Sunday stream. And until then, thanks for hanging out. Until next time, peace out.